What up? What up? What's going on? Uh, what up? What's going on? This is the first live video we're putting up on X. So if you're watching me on Twitter, what's up? What up? If you're streaming on YouTube, what's going on? Leave me a comment or something. Just let me know you here. You know what I mean? Yeah, but today is the first day we go live on X. So yeah, happy to have you guys here and all of that good stuff. We'll get into the technical analysis in just a little bit. I just want to make sure I have everything that I need. Yeah, I think we good. Yeah, so what's going on? What up? I closed out the other two accounts last week. We were fighting a very, I don't want to say difficult battle, but I mean, both accounts were in drawdown. Both accounts were in drawdown. Kind of needed to do a lot more than I typically would have needed to do to just survive, and towards the end I just kind of felt like that was affecting my trading decisions. So it was unfortunate, but I just figured, just close the accounts out, start again. And so here we are. Brand new week, brand new account, equity still at 50K. We are trading the funded next accounts. So I didn't put my affiliate link in the description of the video, but I guess I'll do that another time. Or if you really want, me to send that to you, just give me a shout and I'll figure out a way to get you those links if you want to get an account with funded next. Besides that, I mean, just fresh start. Figured I'd come in a little earlier than I usually do. Typically I'm only I only start my stream between 9:15 and 9:30 EST, so just a few minutes before the what's it called? Before the bell, before the start of New York. But I figured I needed to change things around a little, come in early, get a better read of the market, a couple of, a full half hour before, and just wait for the trading day and and just go about it like that. I also spent the rest of, I spent the weekend, basically the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the last few days of the week of last week and the weekend, just going over auction market theory again and mind over markets and more of Jim Dalton's work. So there were a couple of things that I didn't know, the things that I didn't know that were costing me. I didn't know they were costing me at the time, but once I just after having done that little bit of homework, I then realized, you know. So yeah. So we're gonna apply some of those principles and some of the things that I learned today. If you've been here before for previous streams, you will have noticed that the chart my screen does look a little different than prior, right? Than the previous couple of weeks. I did have a CVD chart at the bottom, which I'm not going to be using anymore. I also had a time in sales chart over here, which I'm also not going to be using anymore. It did help when I was using it. Both helped. I mean, the CVD and the time in sales. But I want my focus to purely be on the TPOs and the volume profile. Yeah. So I just want to focus on, that, like just the volume profile and the, volume profiles and the TPOs. I have the MES over here just in case, this is primarily where we're going to be taking our trades. I think we're going to be trading a lot on the micros, so 5 max. Just depending on the type of trade and the context of where we are and where I think we could put a stop, I might switch to the ES, and just go like with the full mini, with 1 mini, just depending on where our stops would go, yeah, that's pretty much everything. Yeah, still charting on the ES, charting on the ES, taking trades on the MES or on the ES. Again, as I said, just depending on the context, right? Yeah. So maybe in the next 2 or so minutes, we'll get into some TA. But yeah, I don't want to feel rushed. I don't want to rush into anything. I don't want to rush into my trades today. I don't want to. Yeah, you know. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's pretty much everything. That's pretty much everything that's changed. Everything else is the same as I said. TPOs are going to remain, volume profile. This is where we're going to be taking our trades. And then I also have the composite over here, which is a little redundant, I will be honest. Redundant in the sense that, let's stretch this out. Redundant in the sense that wherever value is on the volume profiles, I can already see on the TPO charts. So, yesterday, previous day's value, Friday's value, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, right? I can, I already have access to that in TPOs. So the whole purpose of like having a composite is just to see whether value is migrating higher or lower, or whether it's staying, or whether it's horizontal, right? Whether we're opening inside range or outside of range, above or below, the only difference would be that, of course, with the composite, what we have is then we have the composite volume profile on the right, which does just kind of show combined volume at levels, right? At certain price levels. But I don't want to lean on this a lot, I mean, like looking at it just from a macro, I can see that like from, 720s down to 640s, the volume is pretty thin. So, any price action that happens around this area here, right? Any price action between 720s, 640s, I would expect it to be pretty quick, because volume is thin. So, I mean, besides that, did I do something? Hold on. Yeah, I think I might have. Okay. How many days is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, let's make it like the last 10 days. Yeah, maybe right to the bottom of that profile, I guess. Would have to be from midnight. All right. I mean, if I switch this to the ES, to the MES, you know, for some reason it stretches a lot more. So, but yeah, I guess let's do some technical analysis and just like get our levels out, you know, and get our levels out. I did mark out our previous day values and our previous week values. We'll just confirm with the, previous week levels whether these are accurate or not. Yeah, so the previous week value area high is at 813. Yeah, 813 previous week value area high. Previous day point of control is at 802.75. And previous week value area low is at 796.75. I really don't need to throw on the volume profiles there because, again, on the TPOs, I can just see that really quickly. All right, this is the overnight volume, which is currently developing. And then, yeah, 813. Let me zoom in a little. But yeah, as I was saying, 813, 813.25. That's our previous day value area high, 813. And then our point of control. Where are you? It's crazy. Why can't I see it here? Oh, here we go. 803, that's the point of control. And then previous day value area low, 79650. All right. Well, 79, around about that area, 797, 79675. So yeah, so I mean, it really is just a thing of waiting for just need to wait for overnight which will mark just in continuation of what we were doing over here. So that's our previous day value. If I throw this on a weekly, this is the developing volume for the week. And yeah, and this is our previous week volume from the 10th of August up until the 14th. All right, so let's clear that. So from the 10th up till the 14th. Yeah, so that's our previous week. So this is the current week. Previous week will be from 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that's the volume profile over there. Previous week value area low, 43.75. Previous week point of control, 73.75. And previous week value area high, 804.25. I am using combined volume. I'm using combined volume, combined being RTH and ETH, meaning the volume is not just New York trading, not just the New York session. It's inclusive of Globex as well, so I just kind of over time, I just found that those are stronger levels than the purely just the RTH. So just to explain that, if I change my chart from 24-hour to custom, so custom will be 15:30, that's my time, to 11 till the close of the day, really. Yeah. So if I'm just using RTH, previous week value area low is a little lower. It's at 43.25, 43.75. Now point of control is not changed. And then the previous week value area high is at 805 instead of at 804.25. You know, so yeah, not that big of a difference. It is subtle, right? You know. So I think yeah, it's just around the overnight now, and just monitor that. Oops. I know my camera went off. I wonder if it's camera back on. All right. What did I say? I wanted to do overnight, right? So this is the overnight. Just lock these in so that I don't move them around by mistake, you know? So yeah, so our previous day, previous week levels, those are set. And now we're just gonna wait for these to complete. By these, I mean the overnight session, right? So that's overnight value area high right now at 819.75. Point of control 816.75. Value area low at 809.25. All right, so wait for that to complete, and then these are going to be, of course, these are going to be targets and places, you know, places we could potentially trade from or trade towards, right? Just depending on the context of the day. And this is what I spent the weekend figuring out, you know, going through my journal. Yeah, so just like going through my journal and going through my report cards. So I got into this habit of making daily report cards, which I might be able to show you. Let's see. Yeah, I should be able to show you guys a report. One of, where are we? Reports? Nope. Trades. Yeah, okay, that's easy because those are like good. I guess I can show you the good trades. This is me cherry picking. These were the, I don't have report cards there. But yeah, this was the account that I used. This was not the account that I used, but I mean, it was the account that got me funded before I lost it. So yeah, so I make these report cards on a day-to-day basis, every day at the end of the trading day. So 20 July 2026, previous day value area high short, market profile debut. I guess, yeah, this was the first day I started using TPOs. Clean execution, 951 to 1010, exit. Context read, gapped up, opening just inside previous day value. Made a move towards previous week value area low early, price above VWAP, blah, 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 blah. So I go through these report cards. Pretty much I'll make the report card, and then before, you know, like over the weekend, then I'll go through the ones that I feel need the most attention. Especially when there are things that like repeat, you know, I'm just like, okay, that kind of feels like something that I'm doing a lot of and it's not working, or something that I'm doing a lot of and it's working, you know. So that I just, you know, market profile, first live session. So yeah, so 20 July, Today is the 17th. So I've only really been using it for a month almost. Tail printed, manual exit, CVD, which I'm not currently using, composite volume profile. Got earlier identified pre-session as target 1, exit landed on it exactly. TPOC monitored as target 2, price featured, post-exit monitored only, not over-relied on. And then I started using the market profile more. So, yeah. And then there is something else that here we go. This is just like a wallpaper, which I have over here. It's my little trading wall. Just quick things that I can have a look at, you know. Yeah. I know it's a bit OCD, but it is what it is. I'm trying to be really good at it. So I'm trying to be really good at this. So I'm giving it as much attention as I believe it needs. But yeah, trading rules, these are all from Mr. Borsellino. You know, Monday, 50% win rate. Oh, okay, cool. Open above day, 50%, 2 wins, 2 losses. So if you open above value, opened inside value, that's where my edge would primarily play out. Yeah, overnight value very low, never an entry trade. Thursday overnight area. Thursday open above value, no trade. So just like tools, and I don't know how to. It's just like things that I have that I've made for myself. They're not hard trading rules, or where it's like, oh, excuse me, where it's like, oh, 100%. You need to. You need to trade like this or it won't work out. It's just like these are things that work for me. Yeah. So and there is something else which I actually need to open up right now. Good thing that I'm doing this now. Is this it? Yeah. So I just kind of need to go through this on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, I need to go through this before my trading session, essentially. So Monday, open above value. All right. Recommendation open inside, value preferred. So what I'll do is I come over here, and then depending if we open above value, then I know this is, these are my best trades. Not my setups, but like my best trades. Inside value, these are the best trades. Low value, not that much data yet. So because I just started collecting data on this, but I mean, yeah, it is, how many trades is that? 82 trades. So just crazy. In 82 trades, I don't have any data about opening below value. So yeah, that's the way. I like it, or whatever the song says. But yeah, maybe let's do a little more technical analysis now. I got the doom today. We ain't gonna be bothered by no pesky flies. Let me close the door, actually. Nah. All right. So yes, look, so what I have marked out on the TPOs is I have all-time high, which is over here marked out in this nice fine little golden line. All right, that's our ATH. Try and get it at the exact level. Oops. Yeah, 838.50. We'll call it that. So yeah, so that's ATH right now, and so obviously we start trading above that. That's gonna be a different. That's gonna be information as well, right? We start moving towards that, how we trade around this, right? And we move towards it. And then there's a high from, this is the overnight session from Friday, right? So Friday overnight session, what do I mean? I mean, this is Globex on Friday. This is your 6 p.m. till 9:30 a.m. EST. So if I split this profile, this was kind of how we moved on the day, right? It would be nice if we could unsplit it. All right, so anyway, so that's the overnight from Friday. On Friday during the New York session, we tried to take out that high, we didn't. So yes, as you can see, so that this was the first 30 minutes. The B period, this was now from 4 p.m. my time, from 10 a.m. EST. We tried to take out that high, traded towards it, couldn't take it out, and then we rotated lower. So how would I then use that information, right? So according to Jim Dalton, depending on how close we are to these highs, determines what type of traders are in the market, right, at that place, or what type of traders at least initiated the moves. And that becomes important as to determining whether a high is strong or not, right? Because if it's like, how I understood it was that, like, if the level is very mechanical, so by very mechanical as in, okay, let me just zoom in because I have this chart on auto and I want us to be able to see the ticks. There we go. Right, so this was what, a full point away from taking out that overnight high, right? So Globex high. So this was Globex high. And then what happened is we traded all the way up, like just a point, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so 4 ticks away from the high. So this is a mechanical high. This is this is smaller time frame traders. These are weaker hands. Like whoever put in this high, these are not big money, right? And so from there, then we rotated lower, came out and then came back, took out that low, right? And then you could, how I take this is that you could then assume that from here, then big money then stepped in after taking this high, or somewhere in between here, right? Because if it was just small money, then maybe, we would just take it that high and then traders would have got out. But instead, you took that high out, that low, sorry, excuse me, took that low out, came all the way down, and then the C period started. This wasn't at a mechanical level. So now you could say that, like, this is now your other time frame traders, right? Your bigger money, right? And then they just continued one time framing lower, right? So BACD took out the value area, right? Value area low. Also took out the volume profile value area low, which is where we were trading from, right? That's how I've been trading. I've just been trading from, key levels. So previous day value area high, previous day point of control. I don't have a lot of strong trades from previous day value area low. But then also from the overnight point of control, which is over here. And yeah, not I don't have too many great trades with overnight value area high unless it's an inside day, unless we open inside value. So, but my overnight value area low trades have always been terrible, or at least over the last 82 trades, over the last sample size of 82 trades. So yeah, so that would be the information from that particular day. We failed to take out that high, and then we rotated back, right, through overnight value, which in itself would have been a trade, and then also into previous day value. Yeah. But then again, just adding, adding context into that as well is just about, well, where is the value area, right? Is value migrating higher or is it migrating lower, right? And then also, where did we open on the day, right? So this was the open of the day. We opened outside of value. Excuse me. We opened above value. So after having opened above value, so I would have come here like, okay, above value. What was the day? It was Friday. All right. So open above value, and then these would be the trades that would be my best quote unquote trades for the day. So overnight value area short, overnight point of control, initial balance long, which I didn't do. Dalton short, 0%, 0 wins, 1 loss. Wait for open inside value, but this actually played out. The Dalton short played out in the day. Dalton short basically would be rotation from, previous day value area high to previous day value area low. All right, so we got that through the B period, and then and then it took it out in the D period. So this was about an hour trade almost. All right, so taken out in that second 30-minute period, right? But context for that trade, without the TPOs, I just would have had, without the TPO, I just would have had the volume profile as well. Right now, it's just showing the overnight value. Right? This is overnight value right now. But without the TPO, essentially, I only would have had the context of the volume profiles themselves, and not necessarily what happened as far as like highs being taken or highs not being taken, or how close to those highs, and also just I guess a broader context to understanding of what type of traders are there, right? So yeah, so this being kind of like a mechanical trade in itself, didn't play out on the day because we didn't come back to come and retest this. All right, so this kind of then starts to look like a strong high, right? And also with the tail that's being left behind by the B prints. Tail meaning Mother vampires out the season. The number of B prints over there. It's a pretty strong second tail. Yeah. Meaning we came all the way up here, but then there was a lot of selling that happened to push this lower. So more than 2 prints is a good selling tail. So I don't know if that makes sense. It makes sense to me. So I think I have more or less of the theory down. More or less. Obviously, I can't know everything. I can't know everything from just like being obsessed about it over 4 days, or just because I watched like 20 something hours of lectures and stuff over the weekend doesn't mean that like I now know everything. You know what I mean? So because again, it wasn't about the levels, you know. It was just about like this kind of opening up my mind to thinking uh, about the market in a different way, you know. So, um, but yeah, we'll see how it goes today, man. You know, not yeah, we'll see how it goes. Uh, yeah, but there's that selling tail that I mentioned. So pretty strong selling there, pretty strong buying at the bottom here as well, right? The I period. I can split this profile, and you can see it right here. So this was 7:30, 10:30 my time would be what? Would be from like 1:30 EST. Right. And you can just see, you know, the tail there in the eye prints, right? So essentially more than two or more is a buying or selling tail. So again, so whomever stepped in here, stepped in and pushed the market high. So um, what does that mean? Like what does it mean, and like why is it so important? I guess is the question, right? Because it's like, oh, okay, cool. Like you could have just like marked out a high and low on like a regular chart. You can do that on any chart, right? You can go onto the I can go onto like these candlesticks and just like mark out the high, and then that will be that on that, you know. So like, really, what's the difference? And I guess there really is no difference. It's not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't put it any. I guess there's really no difference. It's just um, yeah. So another thing that perhaps for like context is the yeah. Look, I was saying another thing. I guess for context is like the levels, right? Of course, like as I said, depending on how close you know value is or how far like the TPOs go or where they stop or rotate or whatever, that then gives you information, right? Like um this half this is half back, this is halfway, uh this is halfway on this volume profile, right? So from in this volume profile, this is the half back, right? So something that would happen that would be very mechanical would be for a trade to get right to the half back and then rotate, or let's see if I can find something like that where that happened. Mhm. Yeah, I guess maybe maybe this. But this is a bit of a combination of like a strong uh, tail, right? Strong buying tail. But this is half back on the uh, on that previous day volume value, right? This was the 7th, must have been Friday. Yeah, Friday. All right, so the overnight on Monday, all right, came all the way to the to halfback, printed below, and then came back up. So that's somewhat mechanical in a way. It's not really a great example. Yeah, I'm too lazy to go look for it. We'll just prepare for what's in front of us right now. Well, yeah, so 4 highs over here, so we could actually come back here and take that out. Let's find the close. Stars Friday's close. Yeah, no, that's fine. We'll keep it like that. Stars Friday's close overnight. What we do overnight? All of the trading happened above the close, right? So overnight inventory is long. You know, kinda, because again, we we did retest this area. We did retest the close. We did retest Friday's close, and yeah, I guess we were correcting the long, right? So from the open, from overnight open, came down. Okay, here's an example of a mechanical level. See, that's the previous day point of control. Right above, that would be mechanical. Because there's a certain type of trader that's going to trade directly at a level, essentially. Big money is not gonna, big money won't be trading exactly at levels or a point, a point or 2 points away from a level, right? So this is mechanical. This as well, you could argue, is also mechanical because it's like it's like really close to the open, right? To the close. So what's the importance of it being mechanical? Well, then it's not a very strong level, so I wouldn't really, I could have we could have not a full argument, but I could see reason why this low could be taken out and we could come and retest this low over here, and then maybe from there, then we could be looking, for we could be looking for trades back up, back up above value, outside of this value, or if we take out this low and find support, then we could trade lower, but anyway, this is overnight inventory. It was pretty much long until the end, right? So we could correct this move in the beginning, basically everyone who's selling right now could see like buyers stepping in and buying that inventory back, and then we could short it again. So we also have this weak high over here. Weak high because there's no excess, meaning there's no we don't have like this high situation down here. Anyway, just gonna have to do it now. Oh, come on. I really don't want to. I hate that I'm gonna have to throw this on again. Big boss. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna take you guys off just for a little bit and log back in. How strange. I don't know why that happened. But so good. Not really missing out on anything. I wasn't planning on taking trade in the first minute anyway. Okay. Okay, cool. Just making sure you guys can see what's going on. But yeah, look, that's gonna be our overnight value. So right towards the end, we had a pretty interesting move down. Yeah, let me sort this out quickly. Well, finally. This is not behaving very well right now. I'm gonna restart this. Sorry, boys. She's all good. You're not missing out on anything. Don't worry. But yeah, but just from glance, it did look like we got to yesterday's close, right? Shit. We went to the close, and then yeah, just kind of mounted towards Was it towards or through? We'll find out in just a little bit. Okay. That's better. All right. Yeah, so super mechanical level is our saying. We came towards it, and then right from the open, right, we did the correction, which I said we were gonna do. Not much of a correction though. Let's switch this to a 1 minute. Yeah, a little bit of a correction, right? Trade it up. This was really just against this little R move that we had. Yeah, right. So that little sell off, and then we corrected it. Yeah, corrected that, and then now we started that move lower again. So what we'll do now is, yeah, let's prepare to trade. So by preparing to trade, I don't mean that like I'm looking for a trade right now. Kinda mean that, but uh, it just needs to be something that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Just needs to be something that makes sense. Okay, look, so that's previous day value area high. I mean, previous day value area low. Excuse me. We just need to see what this looks like, what this low looks like in context of what we have on the TPOs. Oh, come on. Don't worry, it'll all make sense in just a little bit. Just be patient. Damn, that took like so long. Yeah, let's throw on the customs. We're only looking at Globix now. And I wanted to throw on the big trades, but they're not showing. Which kind of sucks. That is all right. Ugh, that's ugly. Boss. Okay, so that's previous day value area low. As I was saying, let's look at that in context of the TPOs. All right, so we just broke through that We just broke to that low. Yeah. Again, now looking at it, right? Do we create a selling tail? Yeah. I mean a buying tail? Right. That kind of looks like a buying tail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. So, with that being said, I know now, at least in this moment, that this is a strong low. Right. I know that this is a strong low. So, how do I feel about going long from 79675? Right. If I do go long from 79675, my stop can go at 79450. You feel me? Ugh. So, I mean, this is the low, right? And that's a weak low. And this was our, and this here, let me get rid of this actually. Mhm. Okay, so my my whole thesis, is that we have weak highs at the top yet. So that's what I'm targeting. Um, yeah, and looking at this, like this was the low from that was a strong low, right? Which had its own buying tail. So with that, I just figured, okay, you know, we took out those lows. Um, we took out those lows, but seeing as this was a strong low at some point, that there was potential for us to correct, this initial move. So, but really, essentially, it's really just because of the weak high at the top there. This in itself can be an exit right at the TPO, right? But and also it's half back. So if I start, seeing some, if I start seeing some like reversal around here, then I'll know this is like short, which just happened. That's like shorter term. Uh, uh, the short, whoever's like short term long from here, probably got out here, right? So this is where they got in, right at the low, right? So they'd have gotten at the low, formed a low, right? Created the stop, yeah, and then after having created the stop, and then like targeted. So half back would be a target, point of control would be a target, you know. So I don't know how to like fully articulate it or explain it right now, just yet, but it kind of somewhat makes sense in my head. And also that's the low from that's overnight low, you know. So you have market participants who bought this level, who bought the low from Friday, and then there are also market participants who sold, who are selling the low from overnight. Big money wouldn't care about the exact level. They wouldn't care that like, oh, that's a low, that's a high, right? Essentially, that's still pretty early. Oh shit, camera's off. So yeah, so you know, halfback is 801. So I mean, like you can see, like some of these levels are like kind of exact. It's like, okay, we get to this level and then we sell, and we get to this level and then we buy. You know. Do you know what I mean? I don't know whether that makes sense. We could actually be moving lower because just looking at yeah, this is distracting. Just looking at value, right? Um, Value is migrating lower in comparison to the this was okay. Slow down. Use your words. Previous day value, Friday's value, right? We opened inside value and then migrated value lower, so there could be an attempt to move this lower, so maybe that I'll do. Yeah, we'll make the stop small. Just, if we're wrong, let's not be wrong by a lot. Uh, Perhaps even the smartest thing to do would be to exit. Let's do that. And let's just wait for. Yeah, I know. But I think let's just wait for the B prints, and then we'll make a third decision based off that. Because value does seem to be, it does, seem to be migrating lower. So and we do have an unmitigated point of control down here. But this is still a pretty strong. This is a strong low. We are within that buying tail. So but yeah, but I mean we can wait, you know. We can wait. It's not a. Mhm. Yeah, B period coming up. See, that would have taken us out. So taking us out nicely. It's 800. Yeah, I guess other side of value. 800 and 875. See, this seems logical. 85 or 83. Yeah. 83.50. What was this? It says overnight from another $802.25 because this is the top of value. And yeah, and as I was saying, it does look like we're migrating lower than previous day value. We're outside of previous day value right now, right? And the value area seems to be shifting lower. So um, just putting my stop right there, I guess, you know, just kind of seemed like the right thing to do. And then making the uh, untested point of control target, so if we can get there. Hmm. Obviously, could be wrong. There's no. I guess that in itself is a weak low. So that's Friday's value. This would be Thursday's value. Hmm. Unmitigated point of control, but it is overnight point of control, so it's not really a prominent point of control, if you know what I mean. Hmm. I'm just clocking that now. As in, what I mean is, it's not from a previous day level. This is from overnight. You know, so maybe it's not as amazing as I'm making it out to be. But regardless, the value, you know, we are a majority of the a majority of the trade has happened. Right now, it's kind of at the bottom of previous day value. So And this would be an amazing selling tail if it turns out to be a trade that's going towards the downside. If it works out that way. And that's VWAP. And I mean nothing above the TPOC just as of yet, right? And this looks like a bit of a buying tail. So no weakness here. Somewhat of a strong low, and then on the other side, somewhat of a strong high. Obviously, our stop is in here, right? Our stop is on the other side of value, which is at 802.50. Value shifted lower to 802.25. Now, when the alarm goes off, we have to start considering exits. Okay, so we're below yesterday's low again. Well, kind of in the area. Yesterday's low. Yesterday's low, overnight low. Previous day low, previous day low, and then overnight low. Mm. And our value area. Okay, also this was the open at 803. Now it stops at 802.50, which was exactly where value was, right? The value area, well, the value area high, which we're monitoring. You know, yeah, the top of value is still, we opened inside value, right? Inside previous day value, went up, came back, and then we started forming value at the lower parts of previous day value. All right, so let's have a continuation to the downside. There's also this pretty strong low. I'd consider this a strong low, right, at 85, which could be an immediate target, for what wouldn't be a bad trade. Mm. This is our half back now, 95.25. Which is right at our entry, is it not? Well, it's not the sessions halfback. It's the B period halfback. Right. So yeah, interesting little level, 95.25. Let's see. Of course, there are gonna be some. This is gonna be a level that we're gonna see buying or selling happening here, but it's not gonna be from big participants, right? 850, that's our halfback for the session. All right, so we are trading considerably below that. What is this? Previous week point of control. So could be. Of course, hurdles here at 85. First one, immediate one, is at 89.25. Saw that print. Oh, okay. Okay. So, so around the previous day value, I mean, not previous, but the developing volume profiles value area low right now. Some pretty strong selling and aggressive buying right there. 91.50. So. Oh, 5 more minutes till the C prints. I guess we'll see, pun unintended, what happens with those. If we start covering above, if we cover these B prints, then there really would be no need to stick around for that. You know what I mean? So we could move our stock, maybe not like right now, but once we get the C print starting to print, you know. Um, yeah, but 90, yeah, this level is also somewhat significant because it was an overnight level, I remember. Overnight high, excuse me. Yeah, I guess, but would that still be relevant? Would there still would there be participants looking at that overnight from Thursday and going, yeah, I want along from there? Or is this the next logical place for whatever market? You know what I'm saying? These price things are actually kind of okay. Well, I guess for the internet. And we are stacking value at the bottom, not as much as like at the point of control 6466. But yeah, we'll see if we can't get here. We'll see how this, you know, whether we start adding more volume. Of course, we will because we'd be trading there. But just like how that reacts, you know, seems like there's buying going on here. Because every time, like we add, never mind. Yeah, you see, the MES is treacherous because there is no spike on the ES here. Yeah, initial balance 791. Okay, well, there your C prints started printing above halfback. So, uh, and our TPOC moved lower. So, our POC moved lower. So, I mean, Halfback is still at 800.25. Studied so hard, my camera went off. Oops. Shout out to the 3 of y'all watching me doing this thing right now. 805, that's our halfbacks. Obviously don't want us to get all the way up there. And our POC is moving higher. Things we do not want to see, we don't want to see us close above this B print over here. Of course. Okay. Let me bring this back. So you guys can see the full picture. Overnight high, overnight low. We broke below overnight low, right? A majority of the trade happened above previous day close. But then towards the end of overnight, we then covered that entire long, right? So we were long above the close, right? Above yesterday's close, Friday's close, right here. So we're long all the way, the entire overnight session. And then at the end, then we just started shorting it, right? Having done that, we just covered the small term short. Does that make sense? As in we opened here, and then the short from here, the R's, right, came all the way down here. And then we covered those, and then we started trading lower. And then we broke through overnight low. So we've been below overnight low. And yesterday's low, kind of trading around that area. So I did consider this as an unmitigated point of control, but it is overnight. So I don't know how strong that would be as a level, whether that would hold, but it is a level that's there. There are no other significant points of control below that besides the previous week point of control. So I'm short this market. And also value, value is overlapping, but it's overlapping lower, so it's kind of what's giving me the inkling to go short. I was in a long earlier, but then I was in a long earlier and I wanted to target this high. But then I thought about this being a selling tail. And then also what really brought the consideration about was the value, right? And value is overlapping lower. So that took me I took myself out of the long. I closed that long position and and just decided to go short after. Our value high is now at 801, whereas prior when I entered the trade it was at 802.50, right? So we could move our stop by another 2 or so points. Just monitoring this to see if there can be a continuation. Of course, if our invalidations come in steps, right? Closing, trading above that top B period would be somewhat an invalidation of a continuation move lower, right? If we can single print a little longer, that would be fantastic. But if we stop printing above that B, then we don't really need to absorb more than we need to, as far as like loss is concerned. And then also if we start trading above the value, right, which is, as you can remember, it was at 801. It's now at 850. I think it was always at 800.50. So that's how I'm using the TPOs. It's super discretionary. Of course, I could be wrong. This is a strong low just based off the tail, all right? Yeah, just based off the tail. Price got here and then it was rejected, right? Hence the low that was put in. And it was rejected pretty aggressively, right? So strong push up. So we could be trading towards this, you know, so valid place to exit. You know, we'll consider that. We'll start considering that if we can't move towards it. This is initial balance low, which Mr. Dalton says is not relevant anymore, but we will mark it out just so we have it on the charts. I mark mine a purple. Marking it out because, again, it is a mechanical level. So there are traders that would use it, you know, so yeah. So this is kind of structurally a weak low right now. Kind of a strong low, actually. When I zoom in, I get to see more of the prints, so that also then, you know, adds on to how we determine. See, this is a weak low because the B and the C print are like right next to each other. Okay, cool. So just monitoring this for, just now monitoring this for continuation. That makes sense. So monitoring it for continuation, as in to see if we can continue with the down move. Where that would break is if, you know, we start printing above that B period, and then that's pretty much over, you know. So our values now shifted to 800, value high. Of course, if you're just looking at it from the volume profiles, then yeah, then this is it? Not yet. Not yet. We'd need this we'd need this value area. We need value area high to go below this dotted line. And then on the volume profile side, then value would have completely migrated below previous day value, right? Because this is previous day value area low, this dotted line here. Yeah. This is the C period half back right now, 93.75. B period half back is 95. Damn, did I do that? Yeah, just need to also be cognizant. I use this word all the time. Just need to watch the point of control and see if it's shifting lower. You know, if his price is shifting lower, obviously, as you know, and value too, right? The lower price goes, the lower value goes as well, right? And our value high is now at 800. Yeah. Um, but that level I was saying I wasn't entirely sure of seems to be holding kind of. Remember I was talking about this excuse me, this overnight high, and this kind of seems to be playing some sort of a role because I mean, look at that. It's like one tick away from it. So I wasn't entirely sure, but um, it's just a little too close you know, for it to be a coincidence. So, I mean, as I said, halfbacks at 95. Again, see, that's like really mechanical. It kind of makes me feel like this is gonna break higher. Uh, Mechanical, as in it's like right at the level, right? It's right at the halfback of the B prints, right? So B prints, that's the halfback 95. And I mean, look at this, sold it right at it, you know? So I don't know, that doesn't really inspire a lot of confidence. It does kind of feel like that's gonna go. So just gonna be watching that. Like once is like, okay, cool. I guess that could be a bit of a coincidence or whatever, but like twice, that's like super mechanical. That's weaker hands like really shorting it from there, right? Which we'll take with him, but does kind of signal that we could be turning this the other way. Unless of course we continue, printing lower, which I would like to start making these considerations maybe yeah. I would like to start making these considerations perhaps post C prints, right? So like when you start printing the D's, then I'd be looking at like halfbacks on the C prints, But yeah. I guess we're valid as long as, we're valid as long as we can continue to trade idea is valid as long as we continue to create value below, develop value below 800, right? So that's if we start, again, obviously, as I said, when we start printing above this B, then this trend is pretty much dead, and so we don't need to absorb like a full loss. The trade idea would be valid up until we start printing above the Bs, because what we really are going with here is that we're single printing lower, right? So we're just watching a continuation. But then if the B prints then break, then it's like, okay, cool, then that's not continuing lower, is it? The idea, the trade idea still would be valid as long as we stay within value. There still would be a chance of us continuing to trade lower, because value would have, values kind of overlapping previous day value, on the downside. Yeah, fam. I mean, look at this. That's like what? Did I not just say? It's like one, two, three, four. Yeah. I mean, it looks dramatic here, of course. But yeah, see back at the B prints again at that 795. So again, super mechanical. Also, it's like a round number. So if this downtrend is done in the weekend, then you know that would be our clue. And then half back again at 93.75 on the C prints this time. Let's see what the half back is on the full. Yeah, it's like all. Yeah, man, it's like right at the top of value right now. So okay. IB. How aggressive do you want to break through it, though, is the question. If you do want to break through it, okay. So I guess this wasn't. I wouldn't say this wasn't like a significant level, but it kind of is. The initial balance actually is 791. Okay, fair. Did that do anything value wise? Nah. Order control hasn't shifted either. It's still at 97.25. So do need that to move at some point. 90. Right at initial balance. We are kind of picking up in volume down here. It's not great, but it's there. Yeah, the fact that our point of control still hasn't moved is kind of starting to bug me, you know, because we've been down here for a while now. I guess maybe in the earlier periods we just didn't spend as much. Of course, we just didn't spend as much time. Perhaps maybe in like the A period and B period, of course, which is why it would be. This is why it is where it is. Uh, just because I understand it doesn't mean I have to like it. Hmm. It's a minute and a half until the uh, D stop printing. So I don't like being on stream for a long. I don't mind being on stream for a long time. I just don't like trading for a very long time. I feel like just when the mistakes start coming in. And also, I do feel like this at some point is gonna come and bite us in the ass, unless it can migrate lower. Okay, 93.75. Yeah, you see, that's our C period. Excuse me, half back, right? And that's also starting to become like super mechanical as well. You know, well, it's not starting to become, but I mean, mm. Anyway, here are your D prints. Okay, cool. I guess like point of controls shifted lower, which does make me a little more comfortable. As long as it can stay here, 94.25. 94.25. And I don't mind it that much. We could cover it 97.50. Yeah. Mm, I don't like it anymore. My whole premise of covering 9750 was because I don't, you know, yeah, because deep prints above the sea, basically, you know. Um, but then again, I don't want to get wicked out because this is what happened on the MES. So I ain't really in the mood of getting wicked out on the MES. Once this doesn't do that. Yes, 99.25 would be a happy median, a happy in between. Yeah, it's like about like 4 points. Does still bother me though. Hmm. I'll keep it where I had it. Damn it! It's because okay, just to explain it again. Uh, all right, so the value's at 99, right? At 799, but I am I'm charting on the ES, but my trades are on the micro. And we had this price spike, which doesn't exist here on the main chart. Right. So if you look at 4 p.m., there is no spike of that nature. So, you know, I don't want this to happen to me whilst we're in this trade. You know. But invalidation is invalidation. And here we go. You see, we got right to that 97.25, which would have been our stop. 97.50 here. I guess that is the cost of doing business. Now the spike here is at 97.25. Over here it's at 97.50. So yeah, boss. I don't wanna lose I don't wanna lose the trade on a technicality. You get me? So yeah. But that's a poor high now. I think we should get out while we can. Yeah, I think this is going to be taken out now because this is weak. This is a weak high at 97.25. Let it play out. It's just that the point of control is right there as well. 97.50. We've done a good job of moving into 94, but it did move higher. So it is still below previous day value area low. So I guess the things that are stacked there is we have previous day value area low, and then we have the point of control. Then we have VWAP, and then value area high for the session is at 99. The D prints didn't quite break the C's. They didn't really. But them printing right, next to each other, that makes it I'm not sure if it's a weak or poor high, but one of the two, just in the sense that it's super mechanical, right? It's basically um, weaker hands in the market selling right at that level. So they got right to the C prints and then they sold there. So, weaker in the sense of, well, whoever sold, whoever has their stops at like C's, not their stops, but whoever started selling here, right, from the C prints, where their stops most likely to go, right? Probably here. So you do know that if like they break those C's, then that's going to be the next thing to target. And then if those go, then that can be cannon fodder for price to go further higher. And that's kind of how I'm determining what's like weak and what's strong, right? Of course, like the big money in the market doesn't really care about like mechanical levels like that. Mechanical as in like, oh, this is like right at the point of control, or this is around number, or this is value area high, or whatever. They just like put in their money when they want to put in their money, right? But then it would be everyone else who's just kind of like, I want to buy here, I want to sell here, and I want to get in here, I want to get out, I want to get in here, I want to get out at the point of control. So, yeah. So I guess you could say that, like, okay, well, this could be a stop, This could be a way of placing stops to be like, all right, cool, we'll get the market here and then we'll put our stops there. That's where our stops are going to go. And then if it breaks, then, maybe they're shorting this previous day low, right? Just kind of forming different DCs and, so I don't spook myself out, and also so that I can be patient. Yeah. So that I can be patient when I need to be patient, and I can hold when I need to hold. And then also, if it starts looking a little, you know, you know what I mean? Like, if it's not looking good, then it's not looking good. Like, yeah, I guess this is long from initial balance, but the invalidation for the continuation lower only comes if we start printing above the C prints, which we haven't yet. Do you know what I mean? And we still are kind of shorting previous day low, right? That's previous day low. Yeah, we're still kind of below that. So, I mean, yeah, this does feel, this is starting to look a little more significant now. You know what I mean? Because, okay, yes, granted, it is just a few ticks below a point, right? A point, how many? Yeah, well, like 3 ticks below initial balance low, right? But it is overnight high from a previous day, from Thursday, you know? That's Thursday's overnight high. So could have had that in consideration, you know? And if this is to reverse, that would be a buying tail, right? Like the C prints down here. Uh and then switching over here, coming low and then coming up, and then continuing and breaking this single printing lower, you know, if it was to go down like that. Been in this for a while though, but call you back later. This is where our point of control was, right? Which 94.50, it's only like 94.25 and 94, I believe. Right? So let's see what happens. Yeah. Next opportunity we get lower, we do need to get out. Because that's clearly a break off, right? So maybe a half back, 95. As we are back inside value, so we could rotate higher here. I'm just looking for the next best exit. Which could be this one, to be honest. Reason why I'm looking for an exit now is because the D print's printed above the C's. That's, so the idea of going, of continuing lower, trade idea is pretty dead. We might not actually break this 96.75. That's VWAP. Mm. I don't think we'll find that exit, to be honest. It's not going to be too catastrophic of a loss, but if it can be less, I'd like for it to be less. Yeah, anyway. And that's outside of value, and that is the stop. All right. Let's start thinking about. Let's start thinking about. Viewers, clearly, it looks like I'm gonna survive this. Halfback, 801.50. Stop back at where it was originally, which is about 180. Could be reckless, but halfback is at 801.50. Opens at 803. Okay, we'll put it at 803 right now. This is overnight low. So let's see. Value 799.50. This hasn't actually migrated higher, just as of yet. But it actually might not mean shit. We could cover these shorts and then, yeah, and then that's the move. But essentially, let me open it up. Essentially, our trade idea died. All right. Did try to go long here. And then, yeah, try to go long to target the weak highs over here. These weak ass highs. And then, yeah, and then I saw that value was migrating lower. And so after having seen that value is migrating lower in relation to previous value, my trade idea then became short. So I exited that long and then got in for a short, which is what we're currently in. I went short from 95. 95.25. So I went short from 95.25. It's just below, somewhat below this from previous day low. And yeah, and then we single frame printed. I don't think that's what it's called, but ABs, Cs, right? And then the D print for the continuation should have continued and then broke the C. But also, this is an overnight high, which I didn't think was going to be relevant, but apparently it was. And so did some other traders today, because clearly they traded off that level. How do I know this? Because it only went one tick below, and then they bought it up. So that's a mechanical level, and that held somewhat. Mm. I once we once we started printing in the D prints, we came up to the point of control. I didn't want us to print above the C's. Honestly, I really could have put my stop just above that C print. I didn't do that. Yeah, and my stop initially was at 800, which I moved back to its original position, which was where I put it initially, which was 802, which is initially where value was before I started migrating. And then I moved it to 803, which is the open. This is half back, the blue line over here at 80125, that's half back. This is overnight low. So initially my stop was at 802, which is value, but all of these, well, both these levels were still below it. So I don't know. I'll be honest. Halfback is 799.75. So again, somewhat mechanical, because we sold that level, right? Just when one tick above. So glad I moved my stop above. Just when one tick above and then sold it, right? So yeah, bit hairy, of course, because a little bit of drawdown, but trade idea still could be valid. The reason why the trade idea could still be valid is because today's value is lower than yesterday's value, than Friday, yesterday being Friday, right? Still somewhat overlapping, but a majority of it is below, right? So I don't know either. But if we can exit at 790s, I wouldn't be too upset at that. I wouldn't be too upset at that. We are inside previous day value, right? This is previous day value area low. So in a way, it kind of does feel a little improbable right now. Previous day point of control is right here. At 803, 802.75. But again, half back is 79.75. So unless I don't know, unless something changes around here, the fact that during the D prints we traded towards it and then sold it, right? 79.75, 79.75. The fact that we got there and then we sold it, went one tick above and then we sold it. That's mechanical again, which does make it weak as a level, right? So Really shouldn't be expecting that to hold. Really shouldn't be expecting that to hold. But let's see. And we are trading above the VWAP as well. So that could be, there are multiple reasons to get out of this, IB 1, 2, 3, you know, each time we bought the IB, initial balance low, got there, bought it, got here, bought it, got here, bought it, up to VWAP, and then started trading above VWAP. So multiple reasons to get out of the trade is based off acted around not VWAP but initial balance. But anyway, here are the e prints. What's the difference really? Another 2 points. It's like $50. That's the difference. Excuse me. This would be great. Let's put it there. That's previous week point of control. I don't have any evidence yet that we'll have the momentum to get there. But if the market does, then I would like to be around for that. It is a bit of an ask, though. So it is what it is, though, man. But yeah, if that's how we're gonna move on a Monday, then count me in. You know what I mean? Hectic. Below value again. So no real interest really to be playing inside of value just as of yet. Point of control 94.50. Interesting. 92.75 is also the developing volume profile value area low. So yeah, let's watch how we react around that level. It's significant for us because that's also the last D, right? So if nothing happens there, as in if nothing happens, as in we just like fall through, then we could have a good chance of going lower, you know. But if we see like people stepping in and buying that up again, then you know it would be annoying. But um, they would have somewhat of an idea as to what the weaker hands are trying to do, right? But then if it just like falls through, then you know that could be that could be like bigger players in the market now coming up. Not yet, apparently, because again, right to the tick, like 92.75 to right at the level, like right there. Which makes me want to bet against them now, just as we did here with the CD period, right? Remember? I had said when we printed the D there, I had said, I was like, I don't like this because I feel like if price gets back here, it's going to fall through because it's so mechanical. And so the same thing. All right, there we go. But we need a little low. We needed to go a little lower. So the bottom of value, 92. Are we having like a balanced day and I didn't? Nah, it's like yeah, we are kind of having a D-shaped day, all right? It's like a B. No, the volume's right at the bottom. So we could rotate just within this area, you know, unless we can break out of this value area, you know what I mean? This is what I'm anticipating. Break below 92.50 would have to be very aggressive, like something would have to significantly change. You know? And again, initial balance right here at 91, and then this annoying 90 level, that overnight value area high. So but again, like their mechanical levels, you know, well, initial balance, yeah, I guess you would consider mechanical, right? But also that overnight high, that Thursday overnight value area, not overnight value area high, but the Thursday's overnight sessions high here at 92.5. So again, just based off how mechanical it is, you know, if we break that, you know, where the stops, like the stops are gonna go, wherever the stops are here, they're all gonna fall, right? So I'm just hoping that that then becomes the cannon fodder that we wanted. Just need to come and test that and see. I would, I would have like thrown a like big trades indicator, but I think for the next couple of weeks, I just need to focus on the charts as on my charts the way that they are, or just like the TPO and volume profile, and just be like super discretionary, because I think I might spook myself out of positions and trades. Is it helpful and does it provide value? It does. I think like knowing whether there's a big trade here, or knowing whether those big trades here or at the top there or here would have either got made me get out of the trade, or would have made me a little more relaxed if I'd seen something significant there, right? But then I also would have seen a lot of things in between, which would have been a lot of information to also process at the same time. So, and this in itself is quite a lot to it's a lot to look at by itself. I'm just placing my trades here and monitoring value here, but I also could be doing the same thing over here. But here we go. Anyway, mechanical level 98.25. What are we gonna do here? There we go. Come on, that can't be it. Surely that can't be it. Hmm. Maybe it is, boss. And I'm trying to tell the market exactly what to do. Right at it again. Waterfall. See what I was saying about the mechanical level and shit? Mm. This is so far though. Sorry, big man. I'm just trying to. There we go. Don't really have anything in between here. But I guess like the amount of volume at the bottom of this could be should that can be our sign to get out, right? In fact, that there's only seven. The volume is seven here. That could be the end of the auction to the downside over here. Could have been. Let's see. Let's wait for that retest of the value area. Get a retest of the value area. Let's see if those weaker hand traders are still there. Retest and then sell it. Let's see if that's their intention. Or if they buy it up from previous day value area high. Value area low, excuse me. Not previous day, but I mean developing volume profile value area low. It's not a good sign when the lights come on. Boss. In fact, the point of control is still all the way up here at 97.25. That also is annoying, because there is, well, I mean, there's causality for it to go back there. That's where we spent the most amount of time, right? And also the fact that we're making, values shifting lower, but then as it's shifting lower, the price of control, the point of control isn't. That's usually not a good sign, because that's a magnet, we could trade back towards that area. And yeah, as with, whoops. As we're doing this, as we're moving lower, I also would like to see the point of control moving lower. So, the more that doesn't change, I am a little more cautious. Yeah, cautious is strong. But I am a little concerned. Because also where it is in drawdown, it's like right above our entry. If that could move like below our entry, then, and I hate having to wait for like a new set of prints, which I guess is what we'd have to wait for, and especially if we move into the F prints, then of course, then wherever the F start printing, that can affect how the TPOC moves as well, right? So you can't be mad at that. But I am concerned, is what I'm trying to illustrate with that little soliloquy. Make sense? Hate that. So okay, so halfback is at 99. Halfback's at 99. TPOC is at 97.50. Mhm. So we can split this profile. Halfback is at 93.75. Is that what we did? Not quite, but 93.75. That's halfback on the e-prints. Yeah. I am cold. All right. Well, I'm warmer, but what did we do? Halfback 94. Yeah. I guess that's what I was saying earlier about the, you know, the point of control, you know, just about being uncomfortable with it being still being that high. You know what I mean? Um, Obviously, would much rather see it lower, but we have 2 points of control. We have one is a volume point of control, so where the most amount of trades have been facilitated with the most amount of volume, right? And so we're measuring how much trade activity has happened based on volume, and then we have where the most amount of time has been spent in the market. That's the point of control, right? Uh, like the VPOC, the volume point of control, is stronger because it's a measurement of volume, and the point of control is a measurement of time. But then my understanding of it as well is that, well, that measures time and you also have volume. So that's kind of stronger in that sense, in the sense that you have time and volume. Whereas on the VPOC, on the volume point of control, you just have just volume. So that is a little more information, I think, than the point of control. They're both significant, of course, but if I was to rank them just like in tiers, that would the TPOC would come above the volume point of control. I didn't think that until the weekend, so just to show you how fickle I am. But just wondering if this was a sign that this down move was done. Just the amount of volume at the bottom here on these E prints, right? That's 7. It's kind of like they don't really want to be transacting down here. Otherwise, otherwise we'd have had more volume. Just need to be quicker and not like spot these things after the fact. You know what I mean? But one thing's for sure is we're trying to get back to this point of control, which I am not particularly pleased with, but I understand why. I do. Would have to get above the VWAP and get back inside previous day value to achieve that. So comme ci, comme ça. I don't know. I don't even know if that's the right context to use that phrase, but comme ci, comme ça, bro. Yeah, I'm just trying to spot if there was a better place to get an entry. And to be honest, I mean, no. Or if there was a better trade. Uh IB to pre I don't know. I I did long. I did go in for longs earlier, but uh value fam. Let's expand this and let me explain that again just in case uh this is previous day. Oops. Right. So this is anyway. This is previous day value. Right. So this is Friday's value, 14th. Right. So 3:30, 4 o'clock, 4 3:30, 4 p.m. All right. 3:30, 4 p.m., 4:30, 5, 5:30, etc., etc., etc. All right. So this was the value area on Friday. Okay. Um, brother, This was overnight value. Oh my God. This was overnight value today. Overnight being Globix. So from midnight my time till 3:30, 6 p.m. EST till 9:30. Right. Globix opened above yesterday's close. So that's close, about previous day close. When I say yesterday, today I'm referring to Friday. So Globix opened above Friday's close. Right. So opened there. And then we were long. We were long. Overnight was long. Saying overnight was long is not because like overnight being long is based on the close. Right. It's based on previous day, the previous day's close. So this was previous day's close, right? And then the entire overnight session, we were long, right? We were long. Created weak highs there. But then towards the end of it, right, in the last hour and a half, so from 8 a.m., right, from 7:30, and then from 7:30, then we just started getting short. Having done that, we opened here in today's session, right? We opened over here, and then with that open, and then we covered those shorts, like from the R period, right? PQR, like the shorts that were coming down here. We covered that. So everyone was selling at the beginning of the session. That was bought up. Strange. Look at me now, I guess. Yeah, anyway, so we were short. We were short towards the end of the overnight session, right? So price went lower, and then in the beginning we covered those. So everyone was selling that their inventory that was bought up, and then after it being bought up, then we started selling them off. And I got a little bit of the long, and then I realized that in actual fact, value is moving lower than previous day value. Not just like price, but like the value is trading lower. It's overlapping with Fridays, right? But we opened inside Friday's value, but then the value for today was migrating lower. So I went short. Yeah. Okay. I guess point of control did shift lower, so I'm happier now. Yep. Yeah. My only concern really now that like point of control is low, only concern is that like there's just like so little volume at the bottom of this E, and that it could be indicative that the auction is finished towards the downside. I don't know if you've used footprints and stuff. Yeah, if you've used footprints, then you would be aware of what a finished auction looks like when at the bottom of a candle, right? Where you have it's just that I can't draw it out, but where you have like a zero. Okay. When you ugh. I don't know if this would but okay, so essentially what you have is you have buys, and then you have bids, and then you have asks, right? So over here it's your sells, right? So obviously people are buying lower and they're selling higher, right? That's how the auction works, right? So people over on this side are selling, people over on this side are buying, right? You're selling to people over here. If you're getting at market, you're getting probably the worst fill, right? Because you have to wait for all of these orders to get filled, and then after that your order essentially goes into a book of some sort, the order book. Okay, so buys over the side, sells over on this side, right? The volume profile is showing me volume. So this is total volume. So if we get to a point where there are 7 buys over on this side, and then there are 7 buys, 0 sells, what do you think would happen? The market's going to go high, right? Because clearly no one wants to sell, right? No one wants to sell low. And instead, what we'd have 7 buys. So that essentially, what that would show me is it would show me that there's little to no interest at the bottom, right? On that, like the auction pretty much is being complete. Like we got here, and then it was like, yeah, the last seller sold here, which is why this number would be so small. Does that make sense? I know this because was terrible with footprints for a very long time. I was terrible, but I mean, I wasn't great. Lost a lot of money trying to figure out how footprints work. It's the best times of my life. But of course, if we then start trading below this, sorry, the lighting is terrible. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know where you guys are watching from, but wherever you're watching from, follow or subscribe and like and repost or. Uh, but yeah, I mean, look, our point of control did shift lower, right? We did establish this. Can I make this a little tighter? It is starting to get a little ridiculous though. There is significantly more trading volume happening here than anywhere else. You know, 6,000, 7, 8, 7, 8, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9. Okay, 10,000, 9, 10. But yeah, but you know, from here, 10,000, 11,000, 12, 12, 11, 6, 5, 12, 11, 8. So we could chop around here for a little while, right? Obviously, would not like that. And everywhere else, we are pretty thin. So, number of considerations to make. And here we go, point of control. I'm not a fan of that. $96.25. Hmm. There we go. Did this move higher? Yeah, it kind of did, didn't it? Nah, it didn't. Mine 625. Mm. Yeah, that is migrating higher. And so is our value, apparently. Or was that me just tripping? Yeah, I mean, looking at it from like a bigger perspective, right? From a larger time, whatever perspective, you know. If you're going like bigger picture, ugh, okay, that's better. Massive selling tail, right? And then, of course, then we're getting our value developing here. So it's not it's not a guarantee that we rotate here and that the break is gonna happen lower. The break can happen above, the break can happen above half back. We saw an attempt with the D prints, right? So like the fourth period. We saw an attempt to take that higher that failed. Actually, then sold from half back. All right. Um, but it definitely is not a guarantee that we stay below here. You know, I do see there is a scenario where if we do break above these deep hits and we start trading back inside overnight value, I do see a scenario where we rotate, whether that's towards the close or midway through the day, like right now. I do see that scenario. I'm still, I'm still targeting previous week point of control, which is around about here, 73.25, 73.75, which doesn't overlap with anything besides the fact that it's the previous week point of control. Realistically, around about the 85 level is where I would be considering getting out, because I've been here for like almost 3 hours now, 3 hours and then some. So, yeah, 85.50 is really where I think we could consider an exit. But there's also the whole thing of not being a dick for a tick, right? So even if we do take out these E's, I think if we take out these E's, I'll just move my stop just below that. And yeah, you know, because it does look like we want to rotate. It does. This is pretty evenly shaped. Quite the D-shaped volume profile. I mean, bar if you just hide the top part of that, if you just ignore that, right? And that's a D-shaped volume profile. So value area high, value area low, we could do this for a while until we don't. If we do break, I just don't want to be on the wrong side of the break, I have enough to believe that we can break lower. We did. I just thought that was gonna be I thought this move was gonna be a little more sustained, but it clearly it wasn't. So maybe we're just doing a little distribution right now, and then perhaps maybe in the G's and the H period, we could see something a little more solid. Hurry up and wait type of thing in it. And again, I mean, yes, playing around previous day value is also a little concerning for me, because acceptance of previous day value for sure, then we rotate for sure, you know what I mean? Because the high of today's value is 799, which is still inside previous day value. We've rejected it. We rejected it right at the beginning, right at the top, and then a little yeah, like an hour into initial balance, but the market conditions could change, and if they do change, and then that that complete rotation can be valid. So volume is at value area high. Yeah, value area high is at 799. The volume profile value area high obviously is low. So you can rotate inside. Keep it inside here, then yeah. I just would hate to see a break, like a clean, thorough break through here. Because then we challenge the E's, we challenge the D's, and then we take out that low. Hungry. Anyway. But yeah, if something significant is gonna happen, it has to be, not it has to be, but it would be in the next 2 or 3, periods. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or maybe even now. I don't know. It's 90. Oh, we had halfback. Let me just okay. Halfback's at 99. So right at the top of the value level. I think we, honestly, I think we should be fine for continuation low. I know I've said all of these other things, right? But I do I do think we should be fine for further downside. You know, I think shorts are a better place today. Yeah, and just like where the value is, you know what I'm saying? Just how we're developing value. You know, yes, it's not completely below, right? It's not completely below previous day value, but it has been migrating. You know, where our stop currently is, stop is supposed to be at like 802, but when we started paying attention to it, you know, value was at 802, and we've migrated. You know, value area highs shifted lower. You know, so from 802, you know, and we've shifted all the way down to 799. Right, so where values moving lower. You know, which is, I believe, is more significant than price moving lower. You're just looking, price is obviously a variable and price is obviously changing, right? Like 94.75, 95, 475, etc. It's advertising. Do you want to buy here? Do you want to sell here? Do you want to buy here? Do you want to buy here? Do you want to, right? But then having a read of where value is then kind of gives you an overall idea of what the market is doing. You know, like things are cheaper right now. You know what I mean? So 95.25, everything. Yeah. It's not that I'm, you know, I'm not trying to be, it's not that I'm being greedy or whatever, right? But could be happy with like taking out this 8 gig. It's not a thing of greed. It's just a thing of like, if there's going to be a move that we can capitalize on, then like, let's take that move and capitalize on it. Yeah, because it's not every other day, you know, it's not every day that's going to present itself like that. You get what I mean? So that's what I'm just mentally just kind of like locked into, right? To be like, yeah, well, this market's going to move lower. All of the things are kind of, you know, things are kind of aligned for it to do so. Yeah, 73, 75 is always, right? But yeah, but if there was a day where we could do that, it is kind of shaping up like that. It is dragging a little. Yes, I'm not going to deny that. And at some point, we would have to be like realistic and just like think around, you know, I did say like around about here, 85, could move our stop there and then lock in that whatever amount that is for the day. And yeah, you know, so 91.75. Hmm. $150, yeah, 91.75. I guess that's gonna be significant because that's the bottom of the F period, right? So if we can print below that, you know, give me a check. What happened? All right. G prints. So either one of these could go now, right? Top F or bottom F. This was more like a distribution. All that work for a drop of blood. What's crazy about this is I'm in it with like 5 contracts. So I mean, if we the cost of that is like $14. So break even is $14 on the P&L, which you shouldn't be watching. Just be watching the trade. But little futures ES maths. Let's see if we can take this E period out. This F, my bad. And also how, it's like if we get there and then we buy it, yeah, this becomes a weak level again, right? And we're just waiting for momentum to come and sweep it. But if we just fall through it, then then we kind of have an idea as to who's doing the selling, right? You know what I mean? So just watching it now, 91.75. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am anticipating the break lower. It's not my hubris or anything. It's just structure, you know. Mm. I'm just looking at structure. I'm just like, yeah. The break low seems more valid. The fact that like we keep stalling here though. The small hands buying this. Which is fine because I expect them to get run through. Again, not my hubris, just like structure. Let's see. I don't know if you expected this to be a little more exciting. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Yeah, if there's no break here, then it's gonna have to be value area high. Which would mean having to break this the top F. So 98. Looking at it like that, 98. Value area high. Unless we can break this value area low. Because that's how we distribute on the volume profile. All right. So especially when it's even. Value area low, point of control, value area high, right? Until one side breaks. Still think we have a good chance of breaking this 91.75. Unless I'm missing something glaringly obvious. Besides that, I mean, maybe. But by that, I mean, remember what I explained about with the footprints and the volume and the number of trades on either side on the bid and on the ask, so but yeah, let's see. No, these are weaker hands, whatever's here. I was in between 92, 91.75. No, these are weaker hands. So thing is, this E period was pretty strong, right? Like the tail here. See, fine, split it. Yeah, from 90. Pretty strong buying tail. But okay. F and G period, same level. Okay, so this is gonna get run through just now. Expecting it, expecting it, expecting it. Okay, single tick. Surely. How many times have you done initial balance? 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be the fifth time. Retest and stay below, please. Just looking for the retest of value area low, which is where we're at. We need a little bit of a cleaner break. This ain't news today. I don't know. Ready? Okay, here we go. Value low did shift lower. IB again. Come on, little more, little. No, we have a little more, surely. That's dramatic. This is where my stop should go, you know? Okay. Initial balance 91. Just don't want to trade back into value. You know what I mean? Let's just retest initial balance and then continue lower. I don't want to. I don't want another break. Et alors, it will be a bit annoying, but I mean, I could go to 93. Mm. I guess I'm also just starting to become a little angsty and a little impatient. You know what I mean? Um, but that's only because I've been sitting here for a while, and I would like to stretch my legs and take a walk. There's that overnight low again, overnight high again, 92.5. Mm. Yeah, you know what? It's been a long day. If we get stopped out here, if we get back inside value, then I don't want to be involved in more chop. So, uh, which does look like that's what's gonna happen. I mean, I personally do not want to be involved in uh more of that type of action. Yeah, I don't want to be. I just don't want to. I just don't want to hold something longer than I need to. I don't want to be involved in the trading day longer than I need to be. You know. Mm, like yes, previous week value area, previous week point of control would be fantastic as a trade, but I also see I also see us getting back inside value and trading to the other side of it. And if that's what we're gonna do, then it is almost 7 p.m. my time. So no, thank you. At least 91.75 is the value area low now. So okay, go and like break. Nope. IB once again. Okay, at least we're trading below it for now. So really this 88.25 level, where I said, we have like kind of showing very little interest just based off the amount of volume, right? Look at in comparison, look at this 14,000, 13,000, 12,000, 10,000, and then at the bottom of the volume profile, 7. So, not a lot of interest in like trading here, you know, um, until we can prove otherwise, you know, until we can prove otherwise. But at least in that like first leg that we made down, that's kind of what, that's how the cookie crumbled. I don't know if people say that, but mm, and let's see. We're moving towards it now, 88.25. I guess this can go to 91.75 now. All right. We could move it to 91, but um, but here we go. Okay, cool. Broke that. 90.25 should secure a little more from the day. What did we do here? 87? But yeah, but I mean, it's still the same thing. Look, if we start trading back, if we get all the way, I guess 91, could lock at 91. It would be somewhat better than 91.75. Yeah, but let's give it a chance just in case we get a retest and then we break low again. You know. But yeah, but it's still the same thing. If we get to value area low and essentially, if we break above initial balance, then we're going for value area low, right? And at that point, do you guys want to sit through another 3 hours of watching price rotate around this area? I'm not that sure you guys are great, but I don't want to hang out with y'all for that long. I appreciate you being here for this long, but yeah. Yeah. IB. Let's take what we can, boss. It says 90.25. I'm literally just like squeezing whatever I can get from this now. $90.25 is that high, which we saw was somewhat significant today, right? 85.50 could be yeah, another place where we lock in. Yeah. $200 day. It is what it is. Could it be more? Maybe. I don't care though. It's almost 7 o'clock my time. It's pretty much 7 o'clock my time. We're about to switch into the H prints. I saw where we could lock in $200. I locked in $200. Yeah. I'm just gonna lock this till tomorrow. Yeah. That's pretty much gonna be the trading day. Maybe we do get previous week point of control. Yeah. But I've been here for a very long time now, so okay. Yeah, and you see White House announcements and stuff. People are gonna start talking and but yeah, what did we do? We opened inside value. I didn't do an overnight point of control, didn't do previously point control long, didn't do a Dalton short, didn't do an overnight value area high short, didn't do an IB long. So yeah, so I'll journal this. This will become new information that's going to go into the journal, and yeah. Let's see. Maybe we take out this 85. My dude. You guys can monitor that on your own. My mouse is being super responsive today. But yeah, still kind of within that channel. That's the low. That's the low of the day. That's the low of the day that put in the high, right? So all times high, ATH all-time high. That's the low from that day. We're clearly somewhat trying to trade towards it, which was a target. I initially wanted to target this week high over here just based off the imprints. That was my initial trade idea. And then I saw that value was migrating lower. And then I changed my position and started trading lower. And then, yeah, and then we just held the trade. So that's going to be it. That's going to be it from today. It's going to be it for today. Yeah. Just taking my screenshots so that we can journal the day. So this was a very long trade, man. I mean, from four to like 7. That's like 3 hours. Of course, this was the better entry, but yeah, I got in here, got out there, realized that like we were shifting lower, and then this would have been the best entry of the day. But yeah, so what? My journal entry is gonna go up on my Substack. If you're not following my Substack, follow my Substack, and yeah. Sorry, y'all. You actually don't need to be here anymore. Peace. Appreciate you. I'm gonna journal this, and I will catch you guys tomorrow, same time, 8:45 EST, 2:45 CAT. So I'll catch you then.